Okay, how about, since we're not too far into this, let's, I'm just going to start that all over again. And then I'm just going to put the the link to this episode to start right here. Okay. Oh, goodness. Okay. Okay, take two. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. We're going to be looking at Oh today, and Oh was really one of the greatest Korean painters of all time, specifically using the Western approach. I think this is a super cool painting. There's a couple of other ones in the Dropbox folder that you'll see here. There's this beautiful landscape and this portrait of the artist's wife. Maybe I'll do all of them eventually. I'd like to do them, squeeze them in this week, but probably won't get a chance. But anyway, this is the painting we're going to do, and we'll talk all about who Oh was. I think just a fantastic artist, interesting life. So the first step here is we're going to get the image onto the canvas. We're going to stain it with a little bit of color. We're going to talk about who Oh was. I don't think we'll do underpainting, background, foreground, and if time is on our side, we should be done in about 3 hours. If you're watching the episode for the first time, hit like, subscribe, and the notification bell so you know when future videos are coming up. Comment on past videos. Try not to skip the ads, because that's one way that I get a little revenue for doing all this work. But if you want to support the channel with a direct donation, you can do that as well. You can use PayPal, you can use the Super Chat, although YouTube takes, I think, 40% of what you donate. So probably your best option, bang for the buck, is sending an e-transfer via email or good old-fashioned check. My email is on the Facebook page and my website. Those links are down in the description below. Okay, so let's go to our first step here. So our first step is to get the image onto the canvas. Now, to do that, you click on the Dropbox link in the description below, and you'll see that there's a whole bunch of folders. At the very top is our basic resources, and then the next 50 or so folders are for more beginner paintings. That's where I put today's, and then the next 160 or so episodes are for maybe a little, slightly more complex, although I certainly wouldn't discourage anyone from trying them. It's just it may be a little bit more complex for the very, very, very beginner who's just started out. But take a look in some of those folders, see if there's a painting that you like. I always try to select as many different artworks from as many different artists from around the world, from different periods of time, using different styles and approaches, so that there's something for everybody and that we're always trying to learn a little bit of something new. Of course, here's our Facebook group. Join the Facebook group. Take a photograph of whatever you've done today, whether it's painting today's water lily painting by Oh or something else you've been working on. So we'll talk about this here in a moment. Okay, so if you click in the folder, I didn't really mention this. Let's go. If you click in 00Z23, you'll see that there's 9 files. There's 3 paintings and then 2 outlines for each one. So in this case, here's our original, and then here's my outline I did on the Procreate, or on my iPad Pro using the Procreate app. So once you've done that, you've downloaded that, you can print it out, and then here we go. I printed it out on my inkjet printer here at home, and I'm going to put it onto this 9x12 sized canvas board. And what I do is I get these boards, they come in plastic, pre-gessoed. I give it a light sanding, put a second coat of white acrylic gesso on there and sand it again, and it's pretty smooth. You can keep on going until it's like, you know, glass, and that is nice to paint on. But I think this is good enough, especially for today's artwork. But if you're doing a lot of fine detail, gesso is your friend because it fills in the weave. I think of like a canvas weave is a lot like a waffle right? And if you've ever tried buttering a waffle, you notice you get you get some butter on your knife, and then you get a little bit here, and then you get more butter, right? Whereas if you're buttering a piece of toast, you can just, or a pan or something, you don't need that much butter, right? So anyway, let's get this on here. I appreciate everyone's patience while I rebooted. Okay, so I'm going to tape this down right up top. And then now I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper. And you can see this one is definitely, this is probably the last time I'll use this sheet, because it's been, you know, you can see I can use it many, many times. And then I'm going to put it under here, and you always want to remember to put the shiny side facing down. Now, it's not very shiny anymore because a lot of the graphite's gone, but you can still see it's a little more ghosted on that side. Now, there is a lot of lines that I've drawn on here, but I would just trace out the darker outlines and ignore the more lightly drawn ones. I include those things because maybe somebody wants to color it in with colored pencil. Who knows what people want to do with them, but I provide them for everyone, and everyone is welcome to use them in whatever way that inspires them. And then, of course, I'm not even concerned about making these all that perfect anyway. It's always a good idea just to double check. Yep, it's going through. Okay, cool. I'm actually surprised at how well this is working with this old piece of carbon paper. Actually, this is graphite paper, I should also say. But carbon paper does exactly the same thing. Different material, same result. And you can see, like, as I'm doing this, I'm pretty sloppy at it. Because my goal is never to do, you know, an exact reproduction, a forgery or anything. I want to just get the image on here, and then I can, you know, use my imagination to play with the original. You can see I moved the carbon paper off to the edge there a little bit. That way I can draw lines right over to the edge, and they go right off the edge like that. Because, of course, these pages are not quite... I mean, it's a 9 by 12 sized canvas, and I'm using an 8.5 by 11 print from my printer, right? Okay, almost done here. Just gotta remember to move that carbon paper back when you're done on that side. And I might skip some of those flower petals too, just as I'm going. That signature, I think I'll save to the end and decide maybe as I'm painting whether I want to include it or not. Sometimes I do. Mostly just if there's... Because sometimes artists will leave that space blank specifically for the signature. And if you don't do it, sometimes it feels like there's an empty space. So that sort of at the moment looks like that might... be a good idea to put that in there. But I don't ever think about it too much until we get close to that spot. Just turning that fan off. Ooh, sometimes it is warmer today, but it's a little cooler down here, and I had a fan blowing in my face. It was nice and cool. Wow, look at all the people. There's Kathleen, there's Blue Dog, Fine Art, Emerson, Paula. Who else? Lolly was there earlier. Awesome. Pascaline. Wow. Okay. Great to see all of you guys. All these familiar faces and a bunch of other people that aren't in the chat there but are watching. Good to see you as well, whoever you might be watching anonymously. So let's, now that we've got this on here, let's move on to our next step. Okay, so our second step here is to stain this picture with a little bit of color. And there's lots of different ways to do this, and doing the Imprimatura is definitely something that was not common traditionally within art of Korea, Japan, China, other Asian countries. It's a Western thing that was really, I don't know if it was invented by the Italians, but certainly popularized during the Renaissance by many of the great artists who were later became Ninja Turtles, right? Leonardo, Michelangelo, Raphael, and the like. So let's just sort of talk about the palette we're about to use. We're going to use what's called a split primary palette, and that means we got 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, because we're taking that so-called primary color, splitting it into a warm and a cool color, because every color's got a temperature, and maximizing color temperature is what gives us one of the ways it gives us the illusion of depth on a flat surface. And we're going to mix our own black, although there's not really a lot of black in here. It's not, especially not surprising, because Uchiho was using impressionist techniques, and one of the signatures of Impressionism is infrequently using black. Not that they didn't use black, but they used it sparingly and only very, like for things that were closest to the viewer inside of a painting. Anyway, so we got essentially 7 colors we're going to use today. The brand that I'm going to use here is Amsterdam, and I'm about to use this Azo Yellow Deep as my Imprimatura. Now, you don't have to use Amsterdam. I'm not paid or sponsored by them. I didn't get any single dollar of free painting supplies at any point over the past 3 years. Totally independent, just supported by your donations. But if you want to use a different brand, Golden works better, or not better. Well, it would be better, but negligibly better for 3 times the price. Most people will not notice the difference if you're using this much more expensive, higher quality. There's Liquitex as well, Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supply chain here in North America, Buzz, Peebo, although I'm a little cool on Peebo these days because I think I often use their products when I'm teaching in person. Because sometimes I think Amsterdam Paint or Royal Talons, who owns that brand, must be having supply chain issues because I'm finding it harder to get that brand in stock. So Peebo seems to be more common, but they seem to be mixing white into their paint. Holbein is good, very good. Daler Rowney, Fevicryl, less so. Nova Color's excellent. Chromacolor is also excellent, but Museum Color from the Big Smoke in Toronto, no. Kind of just like the Peebo, I think they're using white as a filler, and that makes it impossible to make a black using the recipe that I show you how to do here. You can only get like a really dark gray, which can be totally fine. There's nothing wrong with gray, obviously, and sometimes that's what you want. But if you want a black, that could be super frustrating. So let's get some paint. You know what? Actually, just before I jump here, let's just see if we can see an Imprimatura in this painting. And maybe we would do something a little bit differently than yellow. This is hard to tell. That area here in the top left, I suspect, is probably as close as we get to the white or to the canvas. And I would say in this picture, this could be just the raw canvas, you know, which looks basically like this. It's kind of like that unbleached titanium kind of sandy khaki color. I think that's probably what he used. Although we can really, there's yellows underneath here, which is what I'm probably going to do. And then there's some gray. I'm just going to go with what I normally do. I think. I might do an underpainting. Now, the more I look at this, I might do a little bit of under... Well, we'll see. Let's get our first step down. But of course, as I said, like with the Imprimatura, there's so many different ways that we can do this. And I've done an Imprimatura where I've used green and red, and just a few weeks ago we did a cool blue. So I encourage you to experiment with this step. And in my graphic novel, one of the things, I'm working on this for the past 5 years, this graphic novel, to the chagrin of my publisher, who wants it done 5 years ago. Every chapter is done with a different color Imprimatura, partly as a way just to show people what that would look like afterwards, because that color is so subtle that it's going to kind of infuse a painting with you know, something a little bit different page to page. And my hope is that kind of subtly influences the viewer's feelings as they read the book. Anyway, I digress. I'm hoping that by the time the world stops turning, project will be done. Oh, goodness gracious. So, another thing too, you might notice, I like to kind of brush paint on the edges of the painting. That way I think it's always kind of neat. Later on, if you look at the painting, you might see yellow, but you're like, where's the yellow? I don't see any yellow on the top. Well, that's why. Whenever I look at paintings in galleries or museums, I often spend a little time. I'm like looking at the side of the painting, and I'm sure security guards are thinking I'm trying to figure out how to pull it off the wall and put it in my backpack. But I just am fascinated with how artists deal with the edges of paintings. And I was just at the Vancouver Art Gallery on yesterday with my daughter, and we were looking. There's a few exhibitions. For our purpose, there's one on painting. It's about hard-edged abstract painting, of which Vancouver played a pretty important role in that whole movement. But in a situation like that, when your painting is really all just about color, how one deals with the edges is of the utmost importance, because you know it's not like you have a story or anything else to distract people from details like that. So I'm just going to put some paint on the palette here before I move on to my next step. I've been telling people more recently that I use the cool red infrequently. So if you're putting paint on the palette, sometimes the cool red might be the one where you wait until you need it before putting it on the palette. Otherwise, I feel like I use most of the rest of my paints throughout a session. I mean, the supply issue for Amsterdam is so, you know, dire, it seems, at the moment. I can't even get white paint by that company. So I'm using a little bit of a different brand here, which is a more expensive brand and what we call a heavy body paint, whereas these are kind of a little bit more of a soft body paint. So it has impacted a little bit. But not too much. But there is a difference, because this is more like a really thick toothpaste, and that is a little bit like your toothpaste after you got a bit of water on your toothbrush, right? RS says hello. I just happened to drop in and saw that water lilies are celebrated today. I love this. Plus, I saw Spock behind you in a frame. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, there's my buddy Spock, keeping an eye, keeping me from my emotions taking control. Right, we're keeping on track, which is only makes sense if you know anything about Star Trek. And there's Rick there as well, checking in from Ottawa. It's your 43rd wedding anniversary. Congratulations, Rick and Deborah. That's awesome. Wow, that is no easy feat. Well done. And Canalita says, "Hi, Markowsky. Thanks for all the tutorials you share with us. Awesome. Great. Okay, let's I could spend all day talking about how blessed I am to have you people paying attention and watching and painting along and engaging. This is so cool. Okay, so what am I doing next is the question. Let's move to our next step here. So I want to talk about the biography of today's artist, Ochiho, and today's artist, well, we'll look at a few resources here. This is an artist that doesn't have a Wikipedia page. This is all information that I've cobbled together from various different sources. I think within Korea, obviously Ochiho is like a titan, one of the great artists. In fact, there's a quote that I found where, especially towards the end of Ochiho's life, that even the taxi drivers knew who he was, knew where he lived, where his studio was, because he had risen to that level of prominence within the society, which says a lot, because, you know, if you were to ask a taxi driver here in Vancouver that where some of the famous Vancouver artists live, you would just get a blank stare. They wouldn't even know, even the name, let alone where they live, right? And you could say that pretty much about most artists, visual artists, painters, sculptors alive today anywhere in the world. So the fact that he sort of transcended to that level within Korean culture, especially South Korean culture or society, it says something. So I think let's just zoom out for a second. In the previous episode, I forgot to bring that painting down, that we did just a couple of days ago. We painted a picture by Kim Kwang-ho, Sunset, and Kim Kwang-ho was an artist that grew up in Pyongyang, which is now North Korea, and so I spent really, 10 minutes talking about Korean history and how Korea has been occupied by various different countries, whether that be China, Japan, Russia, America, and I'm sure a few other ones over the course of the last 1,000 years, and how that plays a role in contemporary Korean culture. So I'm not going to go through all that today. So today's artist, Oh Chi-ho, was born here in the kind of the very southern tip of Korea in 1905. So he's sort of like the generation after Kim Kwang-ho, and was born into a relatively wealthy family here, and I just want to maybe I bring this up here. So I found this really interesting as I was putting together the research. So Oh Chi-ho, his family was part of this Yangbang aristocracy, which is this, something pretty unique, really, in the world, in that it's sort of like, it's this the one of the highest classes of people in what was a very stratified society that was basically unlike almost every other society that has like an aristocracy that is done through birth, through hereditary, someone's father, or through nepotism promotes their sons or daughters into positions of power and so forth. Like the best example would be a royal family, for instance, right? In Korea, there was this Yangbang class where you could literally apply to become a part of it by showing your knowledge, by basically passing a series of tests, academic tests that would show your knowledge of Confucian literature, of Korean history, etc. And that enabled people to move up into a different level of the society that would otherwise have been totally inaccessible to them. And there's something about that feels very democratic, which is, unlike, again, a lot of places in Europe. It seems more akin to, maybe America, North America, like Canada, United States, where someone can earn their way through study and hard work to greater riches, etc. So I find that super fascinating. And so the wealth that his family had amassed allowed him certain kinds of privileges that were not available to other people. And I wasn't able to find out too much information about his youth, although originally, when his original name, or real name, depending how you want to think of it, is Oh Jam-soo, and so the Oh Chi-ho was his sort of pen name, the name that he gave himself, which is also not uncommon in Asian culture for artists anyway, that artists might adopt kind of like a stage name. And we've looked at a number of artists over the years who've chosen different names for themselves. It's sort of like, I'm trying to think of a famous actor whose name is totally different than, well, what was Marilyn Monroe? What was her, Norma Jean? What was Marilyn Monroe's last name? Or was it Norm? Anyway, so that I think is in North America. That's more common with actors, but for artists, not very common as far as I can think of. Anyway, so that the family's wealth enables him to study at a fairly good school, and then later to go to Tokyo to study Western painting there. And so, just as a quick reminder, from 1910 to 1945, Korea was under colonial occupation by Japan, and it was a pretty brutal iron fist that the Emperor of Japan reigned over Korea, and there were horrible atrocities committed during that time that really still, I think, have impacted the psyche of Koreans, and it still remains quite a sore spot, especially for people in North Korea, right, who still feel a great deal of anger over what happened 100 years ago. And, just as I was doing the research on the past two artists, both of whom are Korean, reading a little bit about Korean history has given me a much more nuanced understanding of why North Korea is the way it is today. There's just sort of, I think, in the West, just like, what are this crazy family that's been ruling over North Korea? Like, why are they so paranoid? Why are they so angry? And then you see what Korea was subjected to, especially between World War I and World War II. But going back, 1,000 years, it becomes quite it's like, oh, not that I agree with, certainly how North Korea is run and all that, but it does make me have a great deal more understanding and empathy for why things turned out the way they have. Anyway, it's also interesting just to think about, so both Kim Kwang-ho and Oh-Chi-ho, Kim Kwang-ho, the artist that we studied last week, both studied at the Tokyo School of Fine Arts, although Kim Kwang-ho was there, the decade prior. And that was a big deal for a Korean artist to go to Tokyo to study there, because, that would be going from your home country. Leaving home is difficult anyway for any artist who's traveled abroad. Like when I was young, I left Calgary, where I was born, and studied in New York City. But here you're talking about going from your home country to the country, the center of the country that is occupying your country, and doing it in a particularly nasty way. So I'm sure there was all sorts of hurdles, but the difference being between Kim Kwang-ho and Oh-Chi-ho is that Kim Kwang-ho was from a relatively, poor family that was able to get a scholarship to go and study in Tokyo, versus today's artist, Oh-Chi-ho, was from a very wealthy family that probably paid off some officials. There was, in order to give him that opportunity. So that would have it's just very interesting to me to see that those were probably two very different experiences of studying at that school. Although I'm sure they still had to deal with all sorts of prejudices directed towards them throughout that period. Anyway, after graduating in 1931, Oh returns to Korea, where he joins up with a friend of his, Kim Joo-kyung, who had formed an art group there that had really just begun. And I'm going to butcher this name here. In fact, maybe let's see if I can find a pronunciation of it. Looks like there's no direct. That's interesting. Often there's. Okay, so I don't know what that. How to pronounce Nokiangho, I guess, maybe. So that was an early art collective in Korea, and that group of artists were painting in a Western style, using oil paint, and made a decision to paint very colorful, cheerful, positive images of Korean landscapes and kind of daily life in Korea, which really contrasted quite sharply to what the actual reality of life was for the majority of Koreans during that occupation period, when Japan was occupying Korea, because there were other artists that were trying to document the atrocities that were happening. And so the fact that Ochiho made this decision to focus on the positives was I'm sure, very deliberate, and potentially sort of a way of surviving, and not raising the ire or the getting himself in trouble from the Japanese authorities. But also, as artists often do, is trying to not always, but often trying to, as like guardians of a culture's soul, and of trying to preserve beauty, often in the face of like really dark times. So, and I can guarantee you that during that time there would have been quite a lot of conflict between people who really firmly disagreed with what Ochiho and his fellow artists in that collective were up to. You know, people saying, you shouldn't be painting, you should be out in the streets making Molotov cocktails and fighting the Japanese, and training to, for a revolution. Another thing that group, especially the Kim Ju-kyung and Ochiho, did is that they used their money to put out a book featuring their work, which was very rare at the time. There's a long tradition of printmaking in Asian culture. We looked at Hiroshige and Hokusai, but printing a book dedicated to a living artist who's on the younger side of things was probably pretty strange, right? And so obviously was, for better or worse, roused the attention of other artists in and of the area. So he also starts teaching at a local high school in what is now North Korea, right? About a decade before, well, not even a decade, about 4 or 5 years before World War II begins, he finds himself in what is now North Korea, and so he's working up there and teaching. And it's not until kind of World War II breaks out that Korea is thrown into chaos. And that's a really particularly dark time for the next maybe 20 years for artists in North and South Korea. So he eventually moves down to Gwangju and starts teaching at Chosun University, which is a major university in South Korea. And it's also not too far away from where he was born and raised. So he sort of returns to the area of his youth, and he really becomes sort of like one of these star teachers at the university. And there's kind of a group of young students that kind of surround him. He's got stories of of life during the war to recount to them, and he has a kind of a really big influence on the next 2 or 3 generations of Korean artists. And as I said, he's really responsible with among a number of other artists, but really he's the primary artist who introduces modernism to Korea, modernist art to Korea. And again, when we think of like modernism is kind of contrasts with classical European art, classical European art being, like I said, Michelangelo, Leonardo, kind of this academic tradition of painting. Modern art sort of begins, 1850s or so, and really takes on a life of its own with Impressionism, and then Post-Impressionism, and Cubism, and Fauvism, and every other ism throughout the last century. So Ochiho is the guy that sort of brings these new Western techniques to Korea, because Kim Kwang-ho brought Western painting, but a much more academic, classical approach to painting to Korea from Japan. And here you have kind of a guy a generation later who's bringing in the next wave of European techniques to Korea. And of course, kind of melding it with his own culture and traditional approaches, Korean approaches to painting. And the house, what's also interesting is that Ochiho moved into the house in which he was born, and really for the last 20 years of his life lived in the home in which he was born, and worked in that home, and died in that same home. So he kind of goes full circle in his life. And the home that he had been born and raised and lived and died in was built in a very traditional Korean style with thatched roof, and it was kind of on a plot of land that was a little bit, that basically had this rural appearance, and yet had eventually become surrounded by the city, and was sort of seen as this little bit of an oasis in the city, and it was a great place for people to visit. It's now a museum, and artists from around the world go and visit and sketch and paint on that location. I tried to find that online here, but so, like, let me see the actual location here. So the house of Ochiho here in Gwangju. Let me see, did I get that address up here? So it doesn't appear to be listed, but you can see it's on the outskirts of the city. Anyway, so if you want to visit it, again, here's your location. What else do I want to mention? There's a self-portrait. I love this painting too. There's, like, just, if we look at the way that he's applying paint in here, so, I mean, there is like an impressionist quality to this, but I'd almost say it's more post-impressionist. This reminds me a little bit more of Van Gogh than it does of Claude Monet, for instance. Just the way that the brushstrokes are so visible and tightly compacted together that there's a level of kind of like labor here that, I think the Impressionists wanted to give this almost like lightness and ease, that everything was just sort of, it's just sort of like a handkerchief blowing in the wind. I don't get the sense from this painting that, that it's quite like that. It seems more focused, and there's an intensity that, when I think of the work of Van Gogh that comes to mind. This, however, is much more loose, like I just mentioned here. It was also from much later on in his life, from the 70s. And this also just gives you an idea of the size of today's painting, right? So the size of the painting is 53 by 45 centimeters, which for our American friends, 55 centimeters. So that's like about, what, a foot and a half? It's basically like a foot and a half by 2 feet, maybe? Or not, well, yeah, almost 2 feet. Okay. Anything else I want to share here before I move on? This, I think, is his house. So that's the house, and that's his daughter and their dog out front of the house that is now the museum. Okay, I think. Yeah. Okay, so let's jump right into this. I'm sure there's a ton of more stuff I could talk about that, thank goodness, has escaped me at the moment. Okay. Okay, so our next step here is to paint potentially the underpainting. So earlier I was sort of doing a close look at the painting, trying to see if we could think about how Uchiho approached this. And I'm a little bit tempted to do a gray underpainting and do a little bit of outlining with gray, because there is a bit in a few places. But like you can see that it appears like he's doing a little bit of outlining in gray. But, you know, it's interesting. How did he paint this? I'm just trying to think to myself how I want to approach this, how closely I want to see if I can mimic his style. Because I think what he probably would have done is he might have drawn this out as we've done, or just started painting and underpainting. What's the best way that is the least complex for people? You know what? I'm just going to go right to painting the background. I think I don't want to overcomplicate this. So if we look at this painting, okay, so let's go to that's the next step then. Okay, so what we'll do is we're going to skip the underpainting, and we're just going to go directly to start painting our background. But I'm still going to try to paint it in a way that I think he would have approached it. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to start mixing some colors. And I'm going to start with this cool blue. And then we're going to add a little bit of yellow into it. And we're going to get some of these greens. And then we're going to slowly work our way to the foreground. And the foreground is going to be mostly the lilies on top and these reeds and leaves and things, right? So, move that out of the way. In fact, let's put these side by side. So to get this blue, there's a few different things we can do. I think probably one of the best things would be at this point to mix a bit of a black, and then we have that as we can use that to modify our colors. So to make a black, I'm going to take my warm red, my cool blue, and my cool yellow, and mix these guys together. And what they're doing is those colors cancel each other out because they're opposite from one another on the color wheel. So if you're doing this and you notice that the color, you get it like this, like kind of a, but it just goes gray. It doesn't go black. And you know, this is not black either, but it's a pretty dark black. I think I'm going to add just a little bit more red in there. It's a little greenish. If you're trying to mix your black and it looks gray, then that tells me that there's probably some white in those colors. Okay, so I'm going to put that there. And I'm just going to get a lot more blue. Let's just see, is there anywhere I can use that blue as it is? Well, that one, you know what, I'm going to put some white in here. Maybe while we're here, what I'm going to do is take this. Off. Although now that I'm looking at it, I think he did this afterwards. So you know what? Okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna play a little audible here. Let's take some white. I'm going to mix this in there. Looks like we need more blue back in here. Just a tiny bit of yellow as well. Okay, now I think I'm ready. So what I think he's done is painted this kind of cool blue with a bit of gray. And then he's gone and done the black over top. And I'm not worried about doing a perfect job of this either, because that's what the next few steps will be. And if anything, I'm allowing myself to kind of paint over top of those lines a little bit. Oops. So I guess in some ways this is like kind of like an underpainting. Just painting the negative space first. Typically in an underpainting you might outline where the positive shapes would be, but here we're sort of doing the opposite. This network of branches and things. So as I said, you can see that I'm kind of being pretty basically sloppy, right? I'm not too worried about getting all of this perfect. Okay, I'm just mixing up a bit more of a white here. Gonna paint that, not a white, a very baby blue. Not really sure what that is there. And then maybe while I'm here, I'm just gonna add a bit of that white. So just allowing a little bit of variation. I don't want a solid color. I want, which is, you know, the Impressionists are painting quickly. And there's no attempt to hide brushstrokes. I should have waited for this to dry because I'm sort of wiping paint away now. Okay. Good. Good start. Blue Dog and Kathy talking about growing veggies. Lolly says, great start. Oh, Blue Dog's gonna grow some flowers this year. I cleared out, got the garden all de-weeded or weeded? Is it de-weeding or weeding? What is the right way to say that? Anyway, I took all the weeds out of the garden and got it all ready, and then have yet to plant the actual seeds to go in the garden. Ah! So, that's the next step. Okay. Now, there is all of this darker colors, but I think what he's probably done is started the painting just like what we've done, and then gone into the foreground and started painting those details, and then went back and painted the darker areas in. And by doing that, what we've got is some of this lighter blue and then the darker blue over top. Right? And you can see he's not going out of his way to hide that. He's letting some of that show through. And we could do that now, but I would bet that what he's done is done that after he's got in some of the positive shapes. So we always talk about in art the difference between positive shapes and negative space. So for instance, I'm a positive shape, and then the air around me, underneath my arms, these are negative spaces, right? So in this painting, we began by painting the negative space. In this case, it's like kind of water, I'm assuming. And then the positive shapes are the water lilies, the flowers, these reeds and leaves and all that kind of stuff. So, and the reason why I think he probably painted the negative space first rather than the positive shapes first is it looks sort of like that the positive shapes are kind of overlapping some of the blue. And it's also probably, it's a little bit more of a tidy way of working. there's got to be a really good metaphor for it. I just haven't quite thought of it. But it's, you know, if we paint something underneath, we can kind of clean. Let's say these are brush strokes. We can kind of be pretty lazy, and then we can just kind of cover it up with a clean brush stroke over top, and then all that messiness here, using my fingertips, is kind of hidden. So we don't have to worry about doing a really nice clean edge and then matching that up with a nice clean edge. We can just be pretty sloppy and then go like that, and boom, it looks nice and clean. I mean, if that makes any logical sense. So let's go up. I think let's go to our next step here. So now that we've got the first pass of the background done, let's go to the foreground. Let's start painting these water lilies and flowers and reeds, etc. So we'll mix that color. Oops. And I think what we can do is pretty much get away with the same color we just used, but adding more and more yellow into it to get some of these cooler greens that are in the background. So let's bring both of these up side by side. Where's my brush? Okay, I'll use this one. So I'm going to take, in fact, maybe I'll mix a bit more of it. Let's put the rest of this cool blue in here. Let's take some cool yellow. And again, one thing you might notice is rather than taking that in and just making this big mixture, I mix small amounts together. And then that way I can modify this as I go. So even this color right here, I was planning on adding a bit more gray into it, but let's see, there's probably lots of places I can use that color just as it is. In fact, let's see, what does it look like up here? Maybe that still needs to be a little bit lighter. And I'm just going to go to a bit of a smaller brush. So I probably should have painted this one underneath first. Maybe I'm going to darken this a bit. So you can see it's a little bit streaky there, and I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about getting that all right now. Where else has a bit of a... that might be good. Okay, so let's take some more yellow. I'm also going to kind of paint around these leaves just a little bit so that we get a little bit of a distinctive difference here. Oh, I noticed there's maybe some blue should have gone in there. I'm gonna go for, I'm gonna take some of my warm yellow now. Paint this down here. Again, I'm not worried about getting the right colors in the so-called right places. I'm just trying to get color onto the painting and really kind of solidify my composition. That's the only thing I'm really concerned about at this stage. So this color is sort of a very greenish, almost brownish, kind of mustardy color. I think it's perfect for this kind of thing. It's also, I'm building up the paint, so it's going to be, every layer is going to get smoother and smoother because there's that layer underneath. Put some cool yellow back into this. Let's get some of these not branches. So, also I'm not really at all worried about how accurate these colors are. I'm not even looking at the original. I'm just like, okay, let's just put some green in here. These are going to be... That's good. That's good. Okay, let's mix a bit of a brown. I'm going to start with a bit of a cooler brown. So I just took some cool red. Got a little bit red there, that's okay. Okay. I think that's okay. Right, so I'm just looking at my painting. In the original, I got this color on my brush. Anything I want to do with it? Maybe I'll just leave that. Now maybe while I'm right here, I'm just going to take some white, a little bit of gray, and so I'm painting gray rather than white because I want to save the white for, when I really need it. And also this is going to just kind of work nicely as a bit of a base. Like, I kind of think about this type of thing as like I'm moving into a new house and I'm just kind of plopping down the furniture roughly where I think things are going to go. You know, I'm just like, okay, let's put this here, let's put this there. Okay, good, 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 good. Everything's kind of in roughly the right place. Oh, we still need to put a carpet down, and we need to, you know, I don't know, run cables or wires or, you know, all sorts of things that might have to be moved in a second. So let's just get the furniture into the house, into roughly the right place. And then we can, once it's all there, we can do a finer arrangement. Paul says, how's your wife doing, Michael? We haven't seen her in a while. She's doing great. Just carrying about business as usual. Hoping her mom moved from Victoria to Nova Scotia. Okay, let's look at those at this stage. I think we got, oh, a little bit of white. I'll put, okay. Now is where I start thinking a little bit more critically about what I need to do. So that's why I try to get to this stage as quickly as possible, where I've covered up most of the Imprimatura, and now I'm starting to fine-tune things. So probably the next step, before I move back to the background, would be doing any of the kind of the, like, I think basically there's some grays up here. I might do that next. Okay, so let's take the same white, put a bit more black back into it here. And maybe even a bit, well, maybe it's a bit too much. Oops, sorry. I'm just mixing this gray. I took some of my black, and then I also added some of my dark blue, which I'm going to use for the areas in between the flowers shortly. But I'm not sure just at the moment what some of this gray is doing. That's why I thought maybe this is part of the Imprimatura. But then as I looked, I didn't see it everywhere. Trying to think if I need to. Yeah, you know, let's do some of the oranges and reds next. Okay, these are warm oranges. So let's take some. Let's do the warm red. And we'll modify it with some warm yellow to get a bit of an orangey quality. Maybe it's time to zoom in. Okay. So another thing that I'm going to try my best to do is to leave, like to not go edge to edge, leaving little bits of gaps of paint here and there. I'm adding a bit of white into that paint because I'm going to go back over that with some actual orange later on. Now this is going to be a darker orange, or darker color later, but let's put this in there as a placeholder. Okay. Oh, there was I just noticed. Okay. Took a bit of white, oops, bit of white and put this into my red. So when I paint red over there, it'd be nice and saturated. So now I'm just sort of putting little splotches of color. It'll probably get covered mostly up, but just sometimes having little bits of those colors coming through can be really satisfying as a viewer. You're like, oh, cool, look, I can see that. That's where the artist was working, in that little area there. So these are going to go dark blue soon. I'm just kind of going over them a little bit so that I can see that. Okay, I might be able to move on to the back to the background again. I think. I mean, really at this stage, I could really get most of the foreground done and then go to the background. But I think I'm ready to move on. I think I'm just going to quickly blow dry this. So now we've got the painting roughly blocked in. We've got our background started, our foreground started. And now ideally what I'd like to do is finish the background so that I can move on to finishing the foreground, and then cross our fingers, hopefully then we'll be done. So let's take a look at what we need to do next. Let's put them side by side here. So we'll paint in some of these areas. I might even start painting that. Basically what we're going to do is use our darker blue. I might even have to mix that cool blue background color again just a little bit. Where should we do this? Okay. So now I'm going to paint over a lot of stuff. Maybe not everything. And I'm going to do it kind of quickly. So this gets rid of a bit of the patchiness that we had in the background. Just a little bit more solidity. And I might do a little bit of this even after I've painted my foreground. There's no reason why I can't. Okay, now let's take some of our darker color. And before I just go straight on with it, I'm going to kind of just one that's maybe a little bit darker. Sort of blending that in with my fingers. Now he's painting with oil paint, so he doesn't have to do that, but he probably, you know, it blends a lot easier, oil paint does. Just spreading some of these darker colors around. That's looking great. Let's now take some yellow. I'm gonna mix that in here. Again, take a little bit of my black. And now we get this really dirty green. So because it's more muted, it's just going to go into the background because there's some white in there, right? guess it's got to be a little bit more green. Just put a bit more cool yellow in there. Let's darken that again. It's too dark. Close, maybe just still a bit too dark. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to be in the background, aren't I? Okay, let's leave some of that for a bit longer. Is there anywhere else I can use this paint here? Most of these are going to have a bit warmer colors. Okay, let's go to the back to the water. This is my dark blue. So let's get a little bit more blue back in here and keep darkening. Where else? I'm trying to keep a certain level of intensity here so that I don't get bogged down. I want to keep moving, painting as quickly as possible, almost a little bit faster than my brain can think. I'd rather make a mistake than slow down. So obviously I can go darker than this. I'm just not there yet. I want to, because unlike oil paint where I can kind of build, or I can just go right to it and kind of blend that out, with acrylic it's not as flexible for doing what he's doing here. So I'm kind of going in little stages. Okay. Now just sort of evaluating things. How are my values? I obviously need to get much darker down here. And even down here, this is a bit of like, there's a... I'm gonna put some of this warm yellow. Okay, I think I'm ready to go dark now. Just take a sip of tea. And if I recall, there was a question about tea earlier. Kathy said, Michael, have you tried Stash Sweet Orange and Ginger Herbal Tea? It's my favorite. I'm having some now while I'm waiting for the show to start. I have not had that. Sweet orange and ginger. Interesting. That sounds good. I love ginger. I love ginger ale. I love putting ginger in smoothies. I like making stir fries with ginger. Ginger's great. So yeah, that's a great suggestion. I'll have to keep an eye out for it. Thank you for the suggestion. Okay. Let's go dark. Okay. So I have my, in fact, maybe I should mix a bit more of it. Let's take our, this is my black and a little bit of cool blue. Because I don't want it to be pure black. I want it to be just a little bit more blue than black, so that if I do want to use black, then I still have that available to me in my back pocket. And I guarantee this will look plenty dark enough, especially contrasting what we have here. In fact, let's so I'm, in fact, you know that, well, I was gonna say I could go darker, but I also, the cameras I have, I increased the brightness up quite a lot, so I think that's, in person this looks about as dark as I think I need to go. I mean, I could see some people doing this with the black at the very, very end of the painting. I think that could work. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but bit too dark there, but... So it's also, I'm trying my best to allow some of the, like, to not go right up and over top of previous darker areas. I don't want to cover it up because I spent time painting that, obviously, so you're kind of like just leaving little bits of evidence of that this is not your first rodeo here, right? You've passed through there and you've added a little something and then gone on. Back to some of this in a bit. I really like this little shape. It's almost like a star shape in here. It's really lovely. Let's jump back a bit. Okay, I'm just going to take a bigger brush. I'm applying this kind of thin. I'm just going to try to wipe a bit off with my finger. Not too much. Okay, let's zoom back out. Okay, so I'm gonna keep this paint. I'm actually just gonna scoop it up and make a little pile of it, kind of right in the corner. This is what I like to do with paint, so that if I don't use it for maybe another half hour, there's still a little blob of it there. You can see how, now that I'm starting to push the contrast here, they're starting to pop. Right, the darker and darker that background gets, the more and more the flowers and the water lilies on top really pop out. Temperus says, hi! Hi, Temperus. Okay. I mean, there are all of the... There's a bunch of shadows under here. Do I want to do that now? maybe I should. Before I move on, okay. Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of, I don't want to go totally dark because it's not quite totally dark everywhere here. Let's see. So I think these are like shadows of the, oops, that's maybe it could be a bit more brown. Let's put a bit of cool blue into this mixture here. Sorry, cool red. My apologies. And then a little bit of brown. Let's put even a bit of warm yellow in there to get it a little bit warmer so it sits up closer. So I'm painting this kind of grayish brown over top of maybe a little bit of a brighter greens, or sorry, brighter orangey browns. So kind of it disguises them a little bit. Not disguises them, just mutes the oranginess of them. Is that all of them? and just doing a couple little dashes of a bit more. I've got a bit of warm red. On here. That might have been a bit too much, but I can always tone things down later. Okay. That is feeling pretty good for my background. It does look like maybe this needs to get darker, but let's wait before we do that. Yeah, because that's pretty easy just to kind of go in there. And I will probably end up wanting to clean things up a little bit with my background color. I can already see a few places like in here where I want to do that. So we'll just wait till that stage is done. And okay, I think I'm ready to move on. Okay, motoring right along. Okay, so I've got, I'd say 95% of the background completed. Now what I want to do is focus on the foreground and ideally get pretty close to wrapping that up. So really, we're pretty far along. It's just now fine-tuning things and playing with color. And we can be really loose here. We don't have to do exactly what the great master did. You can change the colors of the flowers. You could, you know, add different colors. They don't have to be orange and reds. There could be purples and pinks and so let's, I think, just where should I, what should I do first here? I feel like it'd be nice to get some of these reds in place because we haven't done that really. I mean, I kind of just have placeholders here. Oops. Okay, so let's just take some warm red. I'm going to take that right out of the tube. I'm going to paint that. Right there. Okay, now let's get a little bit of black into my warm red. let's just take a bit of red back again. Okay, let's take some warm yellow. I guess we had this here before, right? Make a bit of an orange. Looks like there's a bit of white in here. Makes it a bit peachy. But who doesn't like peach, right? So that's okay. Nope, that's not there. Okay, a bit more warm yellow. I'm going to take a tiny bit of warm blue. That's a bit too much. Just put a bit of white back into this paint because it's getting a little bit dark in a few places where I want it to be kind of almost a very yellow orange. And if I just keep putting that yellow over top of this, it's just not going to show up. So a little bit of white is going to make a nice little ground for those colors later. Same thing with what I did up here. What do I want to do next? Let's get a bit more green going. Just kind of take that same blue and just go back in here, just get a darker shade of warm green. This is my warm yellow and warm blue. That's a cooler green. That's cooler. Down here we got some warmer greens. And so it's not surprising, right, that we have our warmer greens down at the bottom of the painting and the cooler ones at the top. Because that's, you know, essentially the further away from us, right? That's the logic of so much of painting over the past few 100 years or 1,000 years. Okay, getting there. Let's, I'm just going to now take some, do I have any more cool blue? I need a bit more cool blue. And we're going to just mix a few more cool greens. I'm not even going to bother cleaning my brush. I'm just going to go right into it. Now let's take that color that we've mixed. That's going to be, it's a little bit intense. Do I have, no, I don't have that color of that level of intensity anywhere here. Everything's got a little bit of a gray. Let's put that white in there. In fact, let's put a bit more yellow. It's a little bit bright. Let's take a bit of warm yellow. So just, adding more and more nuance as I go around here. Playing with some of these colors. That's a brown. And because I'm painting relatively quickly, I can get some pretty cool blending to happen, right? That otherwise is pretty hard to do with acrylic paint. Okay, how am I doing here? Where are the major problems that I see? Well, don't see too many, which is good. Just a little bit of warm yellow and warm blue. I think I want to tackle these things. Oh, actually, you know what? Before I do that, I'm just waiting until I've got most of the lilies before I do these, because they're overlapping, and this is always easier to do that then. Yeah, let's just... Lisa says, wow, this is looking good, Michael. And Kathy says, looks great. Love the subtle shading on the lily pads. Thank you. Well, just following the lead of the master here. So, oh yeah, I wanted to do a bit more. I think I'm just going to see what happens if I just take some warm yellow right out of the tube. Here we go. So remember I painted this with some white earlier. Well, now that's serving me well because it really helps this warm yellow pop. There's a bit of warm, well, I don't want to put that on at full strength because that's going to be too yellow. Let's just get it a bit dirty. brown. Okay. I feel like there's something big I'm just keep missing. Obviously the flowers. I haven't done that, but I'm gonna forget that unless I do it. So I don't want to forget that fella. Oh, and up here, I've neglected that area for a bit. feel like I'm going around in circles a little bit, just fiddling, but I love doing that kind of stuff. Okay, we just basically got grass and flowers. So let's blow dry this. Okay, home stretch here. In fact, let's... Okay, we still have a little bit to do, but we're getting close. So let's move on to our finishing touches here. So what remains is we've got flowers, and grass, and then any little tiny things in the background that might need to be cleaned up. So we're looking pretty good, right? We're on the trail. Let's kind of go this way so I don't get wet paint everywhere, right? So let's... Okay, so these flowers. I think the first thing I'm going to do is let's mix another gray. I'm just going to mix this again because this white's kind of a little bit sticky. Let's take... I'm going to take a bit of my light... Oops, sorry, I can't see what I'm doing here. So this is the dark color that I use to paint all of these. I'm just mixing it into the white. And I'm also just going to put a little bit of glazing fluid in here. Mostly just, not because I want to do any glazing or I want to be able to blend. It's just that this white has been on the palette for 2.5 hours and just kind of dried up a bit. So rather than using water, which is going to make the paint kind of a little bit grainy as it breaks down the glue bond inside there, I'm using glazing fluid. You could use matte medium, you could use slow dry medium, you could use a lot of different kinds of medium for this. I just particularly like glazing fluid. One thing I like about glazing fluid is because it's got chemicals in there that slow the drying time down. It just gives me that extra couple of minutes where I can, you know, either literally wipe paint away, especially because I've blow dried all this. So because it's blow dried, if I make a mistake, I can easily just take a rag with a little bit of water, wipe that mistake. It's like your undo button on your computer. Versus if it's paint right out of the tube, well, you wipe it away and it kind of might stain the surface a little bit, because the instant it touches that canvas, it's going to start drying, right? Whereas this, I've just got that extra couple of seconds to play. Of course, it is slightly transparent, So that can be a little bit frustrating. And you know what? I wonder if this is even dark enough. Well, we'll see. So I'm basically just going to do a little bit of outlining, although that flower just keeps getting longer and longer. That's nice. I like that blue actually quite a lot. Again, I have to fight a little bit of the urge to be really super clean and precise, because otherwise it's really going to change the look of this painting. I want to keep that the liveliness and the immediacy that is such a primary feature of Impressionism. You know, the way that I always describe Impressionism is just like it's like you're driving on the highway and you see, you know, a really cool bush, or you see people having a picnic and you say to a friend, "Hey, look at that!" And then they look and they see, oh, and you're like, "Did you see that? Oh, I just saw the last little bit of it." Right? That's the way I always think of Impressionism. Just that quick glance out of the side of your eye before something disappears, recedes into the horizon. This petal's expanding. Okay. Now what I want to do is let's put a little bit of I guess we'll take our warm yellow and a bit of white. So again, this little bit of white. I know the flower's not, they're not actually, well, I guess there is a little bit of white in that yellow now that I look at it. But I meant for this mostly just to be kind of a ground to build the yellow on top of here. But interesting, you know, as I look at that, I start seeing some yellows in here. So maybe we'll get to that in a moment. So, I think what I want to do now is I want to just take, I'm going to take a little bit of blue, oops, a little bit of warm blue. That got really, why is that so green? I guess this, oh, there's wet paint in there, okay. Let's do that again. Let's take some white, warm blue. And again, I'll just put a little bit of glazing fluid just to give me a bit more fluidity. I'll just put a bit of cool blue in here too. It'll give me a bit more of a cobalt, which is the color that exists in between my warm blue and my cool blue. So you can see I'm just doing this randomly. As I look at it, I'm like, oh, there's not really a lot of this, but that's okay. We can always paint some of it out if we're not happy with it. I'm gonna just go take a little bit of my cool red, add this in here, just get a bit of a slight purple. That's a little bit more than slight, but I want a bit of a brownish color. Brownish green. Let's just get a bit more. Let's just take that same color and add more blue to it. Give it a bit more green. Now, again, I don't have to keep all of this. When I paint my white, I can get rid of some of it. I probably won't, but I'm just laying foundation here. That's probably enough. Let's look at this little flower. Let's just need a bit more yellow. Should be a little bit of a lighter green, but let's get there eventually. Let's do the insides of the flowers. The littlest Tally says, I just want to say you've been really helping me out through a tough time with your classes. I appreciate it, man. Keep doing what you do. Oh, thank you. What a beautiful thing to say. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's what a generous thing to share. I really appreciate that. You know, I definitely think making, spending a little bit of time painting and drawing certainly takes our lives off of other things that could be going on in our lives. And there's Sanju says, hello all. Hello, Mr. Mikey. It's 6:40 a.m. here and in Mauritius. Is that how you... I've seen... I don't know if I've ever tried to say that word. The Mauritius? Mauritius? Mauritius, I think. Mauritius? Anyway, good morning, Sanju. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, it just is so life affirming to do these classes and get feedback from people like you guys, and I really appreciate that. Thank you. So let's get a little bit of an orange going. Oops, that's way too much. I just wanted a touch of... Oops, okay, here we are. This is my warm yellow, and there was some white and just a tiny bit of red. That might be a bit too much. That's okay. Okay, this is what I was in the back of my mind thinking about when I was mixing that color. Okay, I feel like it's time to get some more white. Okay, that's good. In fact, maybe I'm just going to paint a little bit with this white and yellow, very, very light. There's a tiny bit of yellow in there. Well, not a tiny bit, but there's that I think will work as a nice little contrast. So let's start over here. So you can see the difference between that and that blue, right? It's very light. So, I mean, this is the kind of thing that he probably would have spent, you know, a sizable, probably the majority of his time working on these flowers, because they are such, you know, they really pop from the rest of the painting. So they got to work. In fact, I got to be careful. What's the point of painting this if I go over all of my blue? So I just got to leave a few little parts a little bit less. can really, like in his painting, you can see how that, you know, like literally the paint is kind of is thicker in this area, because you could see where he worked it, and I wouldn't say labored over it, but where he just gave it a lot of attention, I would say. Okay. I mean, what's so interesting to me, it's always interesting, specifically here, is, you know, I painted these flowers kind of a bit of a baby blue, but it was, you know, mostly white. It was like 95% white. And then you actually paint something that's got even more white in it, and it's like, wow, those aren't white at all. That's nowhere near white. And just shows like how relative color can appear depending on what's next to it. And again, when I put the actual white over top of this, it's going to change again. And this is going to look kind of pale. I just grew another petal because I was painting it and it just didn't want to behave, so now we got another petal there. Okay. Oh, let's do this little bud. Where's my white? Andrew says, Île Maurice. Interesting. Is that a, like, Maurice? So think of Maurice Nyons, like Maurice. And Sanju says, Mikey, do you have experience in watercolor? I do have experience in watercolor, and I find watercolor to be the most difficult of all mediums, painting mediums. It's the least forgiving medium of all, because it's essentially a purely additive process. You're always just adding paint, rather than here, like what I'm doing, I can paint over colors and hide colors that were there before. With watercolor, you're just adding paint, and that can be very, you know, it takes, you know, obviously most kids, adults, learn to paint by using watercolor, which is, I think, the great irony, because it's really, I think, the most difficult one to really get a handle on. So what's unfortunate is probably a lot of people are like, oh goodness, this is tough, and then they give up. And it's not surprising, because it is the most difficult one. But people have asked me, do a watercolor class, and I'm like, I'm the last person you want to teach you how to use watercolor. Okay. In fact, we're gonna blow dry this so that... Sanju says, would you mind later doing a beginner course on watercolor? Yeah, as I said, like, I'm probably not the person to teach you watercolor. I've only played around with watercolor a few times. You know what really sealed it for me was there was an exhibition of watercolors by J.M.W. Turner at the Royal Academy in London, England, which was on display while I was a student at the Royal College in London, and I was staying with the head of the Royal Academy. I know it's all confusing. And I went to see the show, and it was one of the greatest shows I've ever seen. I knew who Turner was, and have we done 2 Turner paintings? I think we just did the one, right? Did we do? Anyway, he did a lot of watercolors, and that, you know, I often find when I go to see art galleries, museums, leaving a little bit depressed because it's just like, ugh, so much garbage out there. And then that was like the opposite. It was like, oh my goodness, what do you do when you see that? How do you top that? Holy smokes. Or not even top it, just get in the vicinity of it. It's just like absolutely mind-boggling. And I've rarely touched watercolor since. You know, it's the same sort of thing I hear from people all the time here who are like, oh my goodness, look what you're doing, that's incredible. And I think, wow, you should try it yourself. Maybe I should take my own advice, but it's just, you know, I think there comes a point, I mean, I'm not saying never, that I would never pick up a watercolor again, but it's just one of those things where at this stage of where I am, I need a little bit more focus. And, you know, maybe when the time presents itself, I'll jump back and try using watercolor again. Wow. This is also what's going to be really nice about adding this extra little bit of white, and I'm almost maybe using a bit too much of it, is this is going to look great when I dim the lights at night on this painting. This is basically using the effect that Thomas Kinkade used to masterful extent. Is that Thomas Kinkade really used white very, very well to get that kind of, you know, he sort of called himself the painter of light, right? And basically what he's doing is really pushing the values between light and dark, and even more specifically pushing the light, the white, so that when especially the lights go down, if there's this white, it's just gonna glow. So, and we need to balance that with some good darker colors, which are gonna really make the white glow. And considering we've got some of this, there's some lighter, or not lighter, there's you know, that there's a bit of yellow and blue here. That's going to make this look like there's really bright light popping off these petals. Wow. I mean, it already kind of glows right here. I mean, I don't know how well that's going to come off on camera, obviously, but I'll just back that out. And then all we have left is our that grass there. Okay, so now just find parts of this painting where the paint is dry. I don't need too much more paint on here. We're going to use kind of, oh, I got enough blue there, okay. So let's take our cool yellow, cool blue. There's a mixture. There's a mixture. Let's get one that's even more yellow. And let's get a bit of warm yellow in here. So what I've got now is a bunch of different greens ready to go. So now I can jump back and forth while I'm painting. I want these ones to be relatively saturated so that they sit right up close. So that's the bottom of that painting. So let's go a little bit further back. Now, usually I don't like having a lot of texture like that, but because that's sort of a blade of grass that's sort of popping forward, I'm going to kind of use it to my advantage and let it kind of have that texture so that when the light hits it, it will give a little reflection. Missing anything, or can I start cleaning all that up? There's a little bit of white. Okay. Blue Dog says, amazing as usual, Michael. Thank you. Very close to being done here. I think what I want to do now is just do a little bit of touching up with the background color. And that background, do I have any more? Don't quite have well, yeah, I just need a little bit more. So here's my cool blue. Let's take a little bit of white Remember, we added a little bit of black. Remember, I scooped that together to preserve it. Here we're using it. Okay. Close enough. And especially with this kind of painting, it's not about, you know, having this totally seamless painting, right? This is not like the sunrise or sunset painting we made just the other day by Kim Kwang-oh. In that, you know, he's from the previous generation of Korean artists who, when they went to Japan to learn painting, Western painting at least, they learned much more academic approach to painting. Whereas Ochio here is now is painting in the modernist approach, and we want it to be a little bit looser and wilder. And there's a bit of, like, with Impressionism, almost like bravado of how much can, like, they're trying to find the line of, like, of how loose can we go before it's no longer acceptable, before it's no longer believable, before it looks lazy or whatever, right? Pushing that boundary. Getting close. So here's the lighter color coming in and just cleaning up, and then we'll get the darker one back in place here shortly. Maybe while I'm doing that, anywhere else it needs. Oh yes, okay, good, good, good. Okay, well, let me just look at, do I really need to go? Well, I guess I could go darker there. Now, some of these colors are a little bit off. They're a little bit more on the blue-gray side of things. I don't know, maybe that's good. Maybe that's enough, I think. Where was I looking? Right. Okay, I think I'm just going to be fiddling around for hours. Okay, Mice. There's Mai in the chat says, thank you. Hi, Mai. Nice to meet you. Okay. You know what? I do notice a tiny little bit of... I'm going to take my cool red. It's a little bit darker. Anywhere else need that color? bit of blue there. Okay, so, wow, okay, this is awesome. Makes me very happy. Okay, everybody, here we are. We've made it. Okay, so let's take a moment to take a look at the version I just finished painting and Ochio's version and decide how well things turned out and where we could improve on if we had a little bit more time. If you're watching again for the first time, consider liking the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. Great ways to help out the channel without spending a dime is you could comment on previous videos. This video, if you're watching it after it's streamed, not skipping the ads or not skipping all of the ads, clicking on any of the links down below. But if you want to support the channel, as so many of you have generously done in the past, you can use PayPal, you can use the YouTube Super Chat, send an e-transfer through my email. My email's on the Facebook page and my website. All those links are below. And I strongly encourage you to join the Facebook group and upload your painting or drawing, whatever it is that you've been working on for the past 4 hours here while I've been working away. I would love to see what you've been doing. And this Sunday, I'm doing a free bonus episode where I'm going to be looking at all the art that's on the Facebook page and giving some free advice and feedback on how to improve and just celebrating your achievements for a change here. So, which is always one of my favorite things, and it's probably the most popular thing I do on my YouTube channel. So get in on that as soon as possible, so that, because there's a lot, it takes me a while to put all that together. Okay, so let's look at these paintings side by side. There's the master and the apprentice on the right. Wow, the one of mine now looks just so much brighter, especially down here. Maybe I just haven't seen them side by side like that in a while. You know, I could darken this down. I could even glaze using a bit of, you know, a darker color. I don't know if I want to do that or I need to do that. Interesting seeing them like that. I think it's okay. I do think that he, you know, managed those subtleties, the transitions between colors much better than I did. Mine is a little bit harsher and maybe a little bit more like, you know, like traditional Impressionism, where there is a bit more of contrast between the colors. His is a little bit more subtle, and I really like the subtlety in his painting versus mine. I'm a little bit more heavy-handed, and I think that would be one of the major differences between Ochio's, you know, version of Impressionism and the original European version of Impressionism that he was ostensibly learning. But I think, you know, he's definitely put a different new twist on Impressionism here. So let's just sort of dive in here and look at things side by side. Or maybe let's back that out. Back that out. Okay. You know, I maybe defined those petals on the flowers a little bit more than needed to be done. I think there's something really special about the way that his is just so subtle. Like it's basically each petal is just like a brush stroke, whereas mine I've kind of outlined it. And I could easily just paint some of those outlines out, but I don't mind it. Like, this is just, you know, when we look at them side by side, those are the differences that one sees. Again, there's a little bit more gray up here. This is a little bit more subtle in his than mine. I don't know what I was doing up there. That's kind of looks a little funky, but let's go. Oh, I didn't include the signature. Do I want to include a signature here? Let's think about it for a moment. I could. Well, I don't know. There is a lot of space up there, which is, you know, probably why he put his signature in that spot as a way of dealing with some of that empty space. Let's keep on going. Yeah, now that I see this, you could see how much darker, and that makes sense because this would be, you know, now we're looking kind of straight down into the water, whereas the stuff further up is a little bit further away and maybe getting a little more reflections, whereas this is, you know, we're looking into the depths of the water as we looked at the bottom of the painting. So it's considerably more gray. And you know, I think I am just gonna add a little bit of glazing fluid here. Let's just see if we can get... Sorry, I'm just gonna... And the reason why I think this is kind of important is that, again, the darker, the more I push the contrast, the more it's going to make the lighter areas appear lighter. That's why, you know, I always tell people, sometimes people are so focused, they end up focused on the wrong place of a painting. And sometimes what you got to do is look elsewhere. So what this is doing is just darkening things by maybe like 2 or 3%, or maybe 5% or something, right? It's very subtle. Okay. Let's look at that again. I mean, I could go even darker, but I think that's probably good enough for... Let's just check that out side by side again. Yeah, I mean, if I did that, I'd have to mix my black again. I don't think I have any black. So... I don't think I'm going to mix anymore. I think that's good. Okay, yeah, I was still zooming in here. It's the bottom right corner. Yeah, you can really see how much, see, even that's darkened, and it needs to get darker, but I think I'm going to be able to survive without it. Awesome. Okay. It's one of those things that when it's all by itself, I'll be able to look at it as it is and not in comparison to the original. It takes on its own life, and I'll be much happier. Not that I'm unhappy, but, you know, it's just... you just see it by itself. Okay. So that brings us to the end of another episode. Thank you, everyone, for painting along with me. It's been another fantastic experience. I'm so blessed to be a part of this incredible community along with you. I can't wait to see what you've done. I'll see you on Sunday. I'm not sure exactly what time, but we're going to have our feedback episode, a long-awaited one. I know people have been asking about forever. So that's what we'll do. I can't wait to see your artwork. So upload it to the Facebook group ASAP. Until then, enjoy the rest of your evening. Know that you're loved and appreciated. Take care. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.